You're not feeling too rough. I have a fever of like 103.2 right now, so it's not too bad. A little delusional, but some shakes. Go back to bed. You go back to bed. Perfect way to trade with just slight hallucinations. It keeps you on your toes. I'd be hiking and base jumping at that low of a temp, right? This doesn't get sick on Fridays. Save that for Mondays. Boop. Refresh. Somebody's bought a bunch of puts at 60 and 50. It's like they don't respect the bull's desire to pump this. Who the fuck opened this? 5670, 660. Is that a fucking bull put spread? Jesus Christ, that's huge. Me? Are you all 7,300 contracts? I've been doing well. Nice. Trying to keep prices flat as a pancake today. Well, they at least don't think we're going under 5,700, which would kind of make sense. It'll be hard for us to lose 50 anyway. And 45 is getting a little bit supportive. There's a positive gamma to the upside if we can push through the bot puts to 75 at gamma max. But bot puts at 60 and 50 are going to probably pin price action here until Michigan. Michigan's in 18 minutes. Holy fuck, it's cold. I need like a blanket or something. Gherkin come snuggle you. No, he's scrawny. He doesn't have the thermal mass I need. Do you chills? You have chills? You need meds or something. I have ibuprofen in an hour. Looking forward to it. It looks like they're down at like 56.70, 56.60. Ooh, Amazon might lose support. Is NQ gonna fucking bounce or what? I have fluids. I can pump myself, thank you. I had the most recent strain. It's like a bad cold. Yeah, it's not nearly as bad as the first time I got it. That was like getting hit by a fucking truck. Multiply, I'm losing control because the power you're supplying is electrifying. Nice. Well played. Well played, Gene. Is meta likely to get boofed by NQ? It's already getting boofed by NQ, which is annoying as fuck. But we're probably not going to get any kind of significant move in anything until after Michigan because the inflation data this morning was not particularly bullish. Falling super core is not what the bulls want to see. Monopolies start losing their pricing power, and all of a sudden you have margin contraction. The dollar is dying. Well, I mean, yeah, partially because inflation is down, right? But dollar goes down enough and inflation goes back up, which is cool. Really fast. You see the Wall Street bets post of people turning $300 into 17K on SMCI puts? I have Photoshop too. I just don't know how to use it. What do you think of steel as a sector? Not a fan. Contentious and prone to political liability. I'm a Photoshop billionaire. Nice. I have a goodie for you today at the all hands. Ooh, I might be alive for that. No, midday. Ooh, I'll definitely be alive for that. So you can change pants on stream. That good? Every Friday, crypto. Well, he's not going to be the president anymore. So, right? You won't believe it's not butter. Shit. I have a good gauge of butter, so if you haven't noticed. If you were buying Vega puts currently, would you aim for December end of month sell off or do Jans, both around that 120 day mark? I'd probably just go out to the leap at this point. Thoughts on Microsoft? It was a pickles pick like 2 days ago. I've got a PT for shorting it and everything. The entry setup hasn't manifested itself yet, but it's getting there. Are some brokers better executing the role of a covered call than others? No? Well, I mean, they shouldn't be, probably, but we should all be relatively the same. I think it's easier to roll calls on certain platforms, like Fidelity makes it pretty simple. IBKR, it's not too hard. I don't know about TOS, but I'd imagine it's pretty easy there too. For Amazon, you're expecting a test of 95 today? Depends on the consumer sentiment report. If consumer sentiment's in line with expectations or better, then yeah, it could. It's got a nice ramp, fat ramp to the upside on the 0 DTE. We made pumpkin cake with cream cheese frosting with my son. We used Cabot cream cheese, and a local dairies farms had turned butter for frosting. Hand turned butter for frosting. So good. Interesting. I've never had a pumpkin cake. I don't know how I feel about that. I'll have to consider it. Someone texting me? $17,000 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath a month? What? Ridiculous. They had pumpkin spice waffle cones at Salt and Straw last night. Don't tell J Fresh. I think your obsession with this ice cream place is unhealthy. Apartment hunting? No. Zillow notifications. I think carrot cake, but pumpkin? So much better. I like hummingbird cake. 17,000 a month is disgusting. This is the shithole you wallow in the Midwest, Bob. Here's a solution. Just make more money. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Thanks, Dork. I can't deal with him today. I'm too sick. I like thick cake. Respect. Does it have the stringy bits from inside the pumpkin? My daughter literally pulled herself up by her shirt the other day. It was impressive. Okay, that sounds like your daughter flashed somebody. How does... What? How does that even identifies Newton's second and third law? Same idea as hummingbird cake, but less sweet. Interesting. Tell us to lose 50 and I'll make more money. It hasn't even filled the overnight gap. We have 7 minutes till the Michigan data. Hold on, I'm gonna mute my mic so you guys don't have to hear me blow my nose. Okay. That's on SMCI. Fraudulent dumpster fire. We've been saying that for like a year. Now you want to know? Too late. You missed out. Should have been buying puts when it was at 1,000. How are you sick again? I have a feeling because I went to a library public library slash museum over the weekend, and there were people there. And those people were sick, and in turn passed their illness onto me. Which sucks, because I was just getting better from the whole Kenny trying to poison me thing. I imagined an elephant sound. It's not quiet. Not quiet at all. Very loud nose blower. Are there private libraries? Yes. That's why the designation public is on many libraries. Otherwise, they would just be called libraries. Lies. It was COVID Girl NR2 at the bar. I don't think so. Do you have the constitution of a tortilla? Maybe. You know what it is? You guys just don't live in places where other people live. You see the same, like, 12 people every day. They see you. Then you guys go back home to see the same 3 people you see every day. Crypto only sees 3 people a day. Also, vitamin D from sunlight is not something stock traders get a lot of. Leave the house. See, if I don't leave the house, I don't get sick. It's actually perfect. It's every time I'm like, I'm gonna leave the house that I get sick. I live in a place of 12,000 people. That's a lot. No, it's fucking not. Stop licking pigeons. You can't make me, and you know it. It was probably the kids of that lady who fell down the stairs. Kids are always sick, and school has started. Oh, you know what? You're probably right. It wasn't the 2,000 fucking people milling about in the crowd at the museum. It was the 3 children on the stairs inside my own apartment building. Fucking, like, tiny assassins. 4 children? I don't know. They were all over the place. How do you count children? They move so quickly. One child seemed like 1/5 of a biological weapon. You guys ever get like something really nasty that's contagious and you get like a pile of tissues going and just think about how you're like your own bioweapons manufacturing facility? Like you could take those tissues and distribute them. Boom. Yes? Okay. Good to see someone else is normal here. Is that illegal? You'd assume it would be. Well, I mean, if you're distributing with the intent to harm others, I would imagine it's illegal. Smear them on the subway. I don't like this. When I get sick, I just throw my tissues in piles on the floor, and when I have the energy to pick them up, that's how I know I'm getting better. Your wife must love you a lot. If you spit on somebody and know that you have Hep C, it's actually a worse crime than just spitting on someone. Yes. Yeah, it is. Didn't somebody get charged during COVID for filming himself licking boxes in the grocery store? That was like a trend. It was like a whole bunch of people got charged. Oh, Michigan consumer data. Woo. How's it looking? Okay, so sentiment moved up. That's nice. Consumer expectations rose. Current conditions also rose a little bit. Inflation expectations fell back, but rose on the 5 year. Interesting. That should be bullish. Yeah, okay, it is. Excellent. Hmm. Fuck me. Hold on. I'll be right back. Ew, Meta fell back even further. Gross. All right. Hmm. Is all the data being bullish, bearish? I can't live in that world. Yeah, that means they think inflation is down in the short term, but will rise over the next 5 years. Meta hasn't hit support yet. Support's at 65. That's on Costco earnings. They were mostly fine. They missed a little bit on sales and revenues, but their EPS was up. Um, I mean, it says something. It may not say a lot. They didn't miss expectations by that much. Like, well within the margin of error. Because it's fucking consumer inflation expectations. The Fed doesn't give a shit about them. Like, it's just meaningless. It's drivel tacked onto the back end of the report. Will Bulls be able to break 60? I don't know. There's a lot of puts there. It's not going to be easy. We need a lot more sold puts near spot. We also need NQ to stop chopping at VWAP, which it's doing far earlier in the day today. Although with a lot of volume. So it's possible we get a continuation of the reversal on the 1 hour here. Boop, 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 boop. See? Green eggs and ham. Will Bulls be able to break 60? Oh, I answered that. Good morning, Courtney. Reversal up is preferable at least. It would make more sense. How's Apple doing? Nvidia, ooh, Nvidia is selling off. It says AVGO. That's not great. Apple's doing pretty good this morning. Google's up. Will China have to devalue the yuan if it gets too strong? I don't think that's a concern. Hmm. Ooh, ah. Uncomfortable. Uncomfortable day. It blasted my heat. What's your skincare routine? I bathe myself in olive oil and scrape it off with an ivory stick. Which I... Sam! Oh, fuck you, Tech. Whose fault is this? It's NVIDIA. NVIDIA's being a piece of shit. Awesome. Barely rebuilt my $60 put position. Garbage. The pounder tested 2,300. $60 is just a big fat resistance. Do you have a manservant to scrape off your olive oil like in Spartacus? Are you applying? I have a humidifier, Jason. If you're already doing the gladiator routine, why not go all the way and sell the used oil? Like Paul Newman? Gherk's own. If you guys need a new source for salad dressing, I got you. Why? Why do you make me recoil and salad dressing now? On a Barstool podcast, one of the dudes said he doesn't use soap in the shower. Said the water washed him. Disgusting. Huh, interesting. I mean, water is a solvent, technically. Quite a good one. Gherkin can provide the oil. I'll make the vinegar. Also about to get stopped out on meta. Yeah, I should probably get stopped out on meta too. There's support at 65. I'm not sure why NQ is selling off. But there's so many calls at 70 that it's tempting to just stay in it. Like on moves to the upside, Gamma just rockets, right? So it's not exactly hard for it to close the gap back to the intraday high. And if it pushes through 70, it's mooning. They're like $2 contracts. Willing to fuck with it a bit longer. Let's see if NQ gets support at 2300. Although it doesn't look great. The collar rolls on Monday. Let me just put my headset back on. It sounds like I dodged a bullet. What? Gently used olive oil. In the business, we call it extra hoe. Or high body count olive oil. It's a whole different poop hole loophole. HBCO. Why is everyone selling all of their tech stocks? And why are those tech stocks only AVGO and NVIDIA? Is Jensen getting like roasted by the DOJ again? Oh, where's the 65 test? Now I do, in fact, need to stop. That seems like a good one. Do I buy 5 more? Greedy boy. Interesting. Hmm. Are shorts closing on Neo? I don't know. Probably. Jensen needs more liquidity for his leather jacket. He should just borrow some baby oil from P Diddy. Shine that shit right up. Did China do something else last night to pump their economy? I don't think so. So yeah, NQ Russell up, tech down, dollar down a lot. 2 in the 5-year falling pretty fast. Fuck, the dollar's getting wrecked. Yield curves I'm inverting pretty hard, and leverage is falling off the carry really fast. What's correlation looking? Still pushing the short term. People reducing their leverage and tech, yeah, but well, really specifically, it looks like Nvidia and AVGO. Let's go back to we're at 18,250 CSPs on PAX exercised last night. Weird. Was it because of the dividends? Wait, is it dividend time? No. Oh, wait, maybe it is. No, the payment date was September 9th. At least it's going up. Yes, I am PMG. Okay. Thank you. Got back above 2,300. A little bit. SPX is starting to pressure the bot puts at 60. If we break through that, SPX can run to 75. 490. $73.48. 745. 6. $73.98. It's a little reversal. 67.50 strike. A bit of resistance. And then Q pushing back up through VWAP. Going for a test at 2360. Fail. And Q failed VWAP too. Pull back to 55. Try again. No at the money sold puts, which is problematic. Stop this. I care about these. Few bot calls at 55. Bot puts at, also bot puts at 55. Sold calls at 50. That's not even an option for the weekly. I only have 67.50s for next week. And Q lost 2300 again. Let's look at my dump. Still bot pets at 60. They're buying every dip again. IQ should be weak. It is. It's down 13 points, 14 points. Put a 570 meta call for 60 cents. Nice. Yeah, Russell and Dow are doing well today. The pricing's staying pretty elevated, so they're not selling the puts too hard near spot. Don't have time to wait this out. This is 2182 to the upside. And 1978 to the downside. Hmm. Auto pump would to 575 would be spicy. It would be. So I don't think it's gonna get it. Might. There's really not a lot of OI on the 56 or 50 567.50 strike, which is problematic. If it held here, I would have been happier with it, but falling back to 60 is shitty. Or 65, rather. So SPX looks like it's getting ready to push down to 55 or 50 again. Starting to fail its weird rising head and shoulders. Vol's going up too. There's not enough sold puts near spot to stabilize things. Like the closest puts sold near the money are probably the 57.40s. Gamma here is already pretty negative. Stays negative down to like 55. Yeah, 40 is really the only supportive level. That's what I said. MNQ is starting to lose support. Have you commented on Amazon? I'm still in it, but no. Losing 190 is really bad. It doesn't look like it's going to recover because some of the big tech is still selling off, especially Nvidia and that's dragging down the rest of tech. Also, Apple's going to have a really tough time getting up to 230. So there's not a lot of range left on Apple, which is one of the more bullish tech stocks today. And Nvidia looks like dog shit. So we'll see. It's still really early. We're only an hour into the trading day. Volume's really low. Everything's choppy. So things could happen. They just don't look great right now. If QQQ puts for 10-3, you keep them over the weekend. I mean, up to you. Obviously, that carries a lot of risk. QQQ's potential upside range is significantly higher than the SPX's. Um, so it carries a little bit more upside risk. Any idiot trades here today? I haven't really broken up or down enough for me to want to make any. We'll probably close somewhere near 50. You can do with that what you want. Although there is one outcome where we close at like 35. And that is probably going to be predicated on NVIDIA failing 120. So there's a shitload of sold calls on NVIDIA at 120. Like a metric fuck ton of them. $57.35. Hmm. That's so grindy. Yeah. Just a 5,800 possible Monday, Tuesday. Not unless positioning changes. Quite a lot. Right now, there's like almost no delta on the chain above 57.75. I doubt OG. Are we bullish? I'm not really that bullish. We're just at like a massive resistance, and we don't seem to be breaking through it. And tech's bleeding quite a lot. Oh, what was that? Could we retest 40 before we go back up? That's what I'm looking for. It would make sense. The bulls don't want to give up all that negative, like negative gamma. It'll make it, if we retest 40, the second push to the upside will be a lot harder than trying to just hold prices here. But if tech continues to bleed, the bulls aren't going to be able to hold the price here. I have a structured settlement, but I need cash now. What do? Have you called JG Wentworth? They're more than willing to take 40 to 50% of your settlement to give you money up front. I remember those commercials. Play O'Dork. Hold on. I don't feel celebratory right now. What, you want me to play the O'Dork song? Jesus Christ. Fine. Damn, we're at 72 monthly listeners on the Pickle Financial Spotify. There's literally tens of you. I bet one of those is Burry.
Was a man who took a gamble bold. In the city, lives of stories never told. Played strangles on his feet while fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace, and his mind. He wandered through the alleys, searching for a place where whiskey and regret were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, filled his heart with stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
This is a legitimate song. I'm wet now. Oops. I just play the whole album.
Cat's in the room now, pickle in his paw. Kids making noise now, wife shouting all day long.
Yeah. How many did you make? Like 10? I made more than that, actually. There's one that I accidentally deleted. Is that song about your cat or about cat? It's about J Fresh playing with his pickle. Go to the trash can on your desktop. It's in there. It's not. It's in some other trash somewhere. I might be able to find it. That's not it.
Well, it's 9 o'clock on a Monday and the clock on Colts buying more. Hoping Ryan Cohen will save them, though he's been MIA for sure. They've been holding shares for 3 years now, but their diamond hands won't quit. While Cohen's busy laughing, counting his cash pop bit by bit. Oh, sing us a song, you're the delusion man. Print out those shares while we cling to the plan. We're stuck in your condo code with no exit plan. So throw in more cash in the can. Now retail soil like puppies, following your every move. Even though you've done nothing, but they've got something to prove. They call you the next Steve Jobs, man, a Musk Buffett clone in the flesh. But all you've done is issue more stock while their retirement funds get thrashed. Some cost is a brutal lesson when you've thrown your savings away. But Ryan's out there tweeting vibes as the stock takes every day. Oh, sing us a song, you're the delusion man. Tell us again about the 5-year plan.
Oh, Dork gives off the yee-autism. Dork truly deserves You're truly a renaissance man, sir. Soon you'll take over the music industry. Nicely diversified ventures, shrimp, music, real estate, daycare, software as a service, culinary knowledge base. Anybody heard from Gilgamesh? His phone wasn't charged. This is from 2001. Red candles?
This should keep the same fun and rhythm while adding that carnival twist. Let me know how you like it.
Is Gilgamesh in Florida? I have no idea. North Carolina, Florida, somewhere there.
Now what if things are a genius? A mean king for all the pros. They're holding on to
Is this over yet?
even though nothing grows. You sip from lusting Warren like you're part of that billionaires club. But the retail's buying every tip while you shrug off the painful rub. You're the master of dodging questions. A mean king for all the pros. They're holding on to your cryptic tweets even though nothing grows. You sip from lusting Warren like you're part of that billionaires club. But retail's buying every tip while you shrug off their painful rub. You're the master of dodging questions. Just tweet diamond hands for the ride. While they're praying for some miracle moon, you're grinning as your fortune supplied.
It's too weird. Hold on.
In a town where trains pass slowly, I sip my coffee dark and strong. Prices rising with the sunrise. Each day's harder, feels so wrong. Jerome Powell, you're no hero, not the man we thought you'd be. You're just a shadow of Volker, Arthur Burns in our memory. I see the shuttered storefronts, places my granddaddy built. Folks are pinching pennies, dreams erode under the silt. You promised us salvation, but your silence digs our grave. Jerome Powell, where's the justice? Our homes we couldn't save. Jerome Powell.
Can't wait for Gherkin to get sued for copyright violation. How? You're just jealous that I own the distribution rights to my music.
Your legacy will fade. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess you made.
I literally posted the Spotify link in the chat.
Families gather around the table, stretching meals that are too small. Mama's
There.
crying in the kitchen, hearing every child's call. You could have changed the story, eased the burden and the strain. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess you made.
Because you're using AI that plagiarized Imagine Dragons. It's not my problem.
Now we're walking in the shadows, wondering what you're gonna do. Every speech you mumble just leaves us in despair. Jerome Powell, we are waiting, but it seems you don't care. The echoes of your silence scream louder than your words. We're drowning in this struggle while your hope flies like the birds. You could have been our savior, but now we wear the chains. Jerome Powell, just a cautionary tale of a leader who refrains.
No problem. How do you get it to closely mimic a song? Every time I try, it's similar but a different style. You have to be really specific, and you have to like annotate the prompt. So it has to, you have to have like bridges and choruses and transitions and all of that, and like scale changes, background vocals. You have to put all of that in to make it do it. Otherwise, it just kind of spits out random shit. So work? Yeah, you have to do work. Exactly. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is one of the songs. I don't even know if I've heard this one. Stupid.
But there's nothing real, pretending like the squeeze is a done deal. Diamond hands raised high to the moon they cheer, but Cohen's cashing out while we're left here. He's got the call thinking he's the man, a mean king CEO with a diamond hand. Where's the rocket? Where's the moon? All we get is Cohen playing the buffoon. We're buried under your illusion, stocks dropping but we hold the line. Can't escape this meme delusion, we're trapped inside your empty mind. You hyped us up, you played your game, we're stuck here waiting while you fan the flame. We're holding hope but it's all in vain, you cashed us out and left us drained. They're screaming hull as the price falls down, while Cohen's out here dancing like a clown. To the moon, yeah, they'll never equate, but the only thing moving is the meme that won't hate. It's got them hooked on every phrase, next word is a squeeze, they'll chant for days. But where's the camel? Where's the short, just another trick that comes up short. I'm tired of watching dreams decay. We're holding on while you walk away. You're just another name in the race, but we're the ones who lose our place. We're buried under your illusion. Stocks dropping, but we hold the line.
Looks like 2250 calls closing.
We're trapped inside your empty mind. You hyped us up, you played your game. We're stuck here waiting while you fan the flame. We're holding hope, but it's all in vain. You cashed us out and left us drained. The stocks only go up, yeah, that's a joke. They shout diamond hands while we go broke. To the moon, but we're still stuck here. Caught in a meme that's fueled by fear.
Positioning hasn't changed.
But there's nothing left anymore.
There's been like barely any volume.
All in disguise, just another trap in Cohen's lies. Diamond hands, short squeeze, they say. What Cohen's counting cash all day. To the moon, we'll break the street, but we're the ones that'll always beat. You hyped us up, you played your game. We're stuck here waiting while you fan the flame. We're holding hope, but it's all in vain. You cashed us out and left us drained. The sinking taper, no end in sight. Just another meme, just another fight. You took it all, left us behind. Now lost in the ties that bind. We're sinking deeper, no end in sight. Just another meme, just another fight. You took it all, left us behind. Now we're lost in the ties that bind.
Nvidia going for a new low. Do it. Drag everything with you. I can imagine some 40-year-old living with his family in his mom's basement, sadly jamming out to this song after losing everything to GME DRS. It got me wanting to full port a 10-point move. Be lucky if you get that. I mean, if we lose 50 here, we could drop to 45, maybe 40. Yeah, I know. Big wow. It'd be really cool if Nvidia doesn't double bottom here. Such a slow bleed. Oh, shit. New low. Take me 10% profits and guarantee it drops to 115. Is the meta play coming back to life? No. It really had its shot this morning, I think. Too much of tech is bleeding. And it's too index exposed. Why is that coming out of tech because of China stocks? The dollar is dropping like a fucking rock. Can't believe I'm shorting the video. Why? It's bleeding into a major support. Can I tell you something extremely embarrassing? Is it about your credit card debt? In which case, yes. MQ about to test two. It's about to fail the trend support, maybe, but it looks kind of shitty. I would say 2186 again, but probably lower. Right? That was the initial support for this bear flag. So chances are, if it fails here, back to 2150. 2144. I guess 186 would be like minor support, but I don't think it'd be that significant on a third test. I've made 20 trades this week and made $172.38. Nice. That's better than probably 80% of people who traded this week. Oh wait, what's going on with Nvidia? Well, hello. Nice. Making back my meta losses. Well played. Oh, intraday 115 would be sick. Yeah, 50 is a strong support. We happy Friday. I think Fubo holds. I have no idea. 136 it bounced off of. Looks like a decent bounce. Bullish if it gets back above 152. Don't you dare. Gap fill. Going for it. Hmm. Fail? Hmm. Support. Bulls got fucking slapped in the face on that one. Rough. Nothing's really moving though. Probably try again. Stop me out on the bounce. I still made a tiny profit though. Nice. NQ looks like shit. I should one set stops on 0 DTE plays like meta calls. Thanks. It depends on the premium. Sometimes the out of the money weeklies are really cheap. And you don't really care about losing 100%. Um, so yeah, I would say it depends largely on the premium. Um, 0 DTEs on fucking equities are always a pretty big risk because if you slip like the current price level, they basically go to nothing immediately. And they're usually more illiquid, so it's like with the wider bid asks, it's harder to set stops. So probably like 30+% drawdown. They're a significant, like they're significantly more risky than even 0 DTs on SPX. They're mostly like a risk reward play. So you can get a lot of leverage really cheap. All right, my fever's getting rough. I'll be right back. I gotta get some medicine. Oh, look, we found support fucking 8 more times. Fuck off, bulls. Let it happen. They don't want the gamma to fall off. That's why 5740 is kind of hard to get. If they're flipping the correlation trade, we don't know that yet. And shorting single stock vol, would it be better to buy delta positions? Potentially, yes. Gross. Before you guys ask, nothing's changed. Oh, actually, you know what? Somebody bought more puts at 57.55. Like 200 more of them. Somebody also sold like 200 more of the put at 57.45. And like 500 more of the 57.40s. Are they about to get squeezed? No. I don't think so. I think there's a really good chance that nothing happens today. Of any note. The short at market open was like kind of decent. And shorting 63 was good, but everything else has been kind of shit. And even shorting 63 took fucking forever to break down. Maybe I should just like sell the butterfly. 50, 60, 40. Which butterfly would I sell? Gherkin's Playhouse. Mm-hmm. 43, 60, I don't know that much upside range. 65. So 60, 50. Huh. Yeah, maybe that one. Could do that. 40. I don't know, boss. NQ yearns for the mines. That's what I was thinking about hedging the downside. Then if we do pull back to 30, I still make like 275 profit, but the upside close becomes really dangerous with that position. GME ETF FTDs start next week. And it's still at 2250, which isn't too different from when it ran in back in like May. They're not as strong a setup. Ooh, hey, there we go. Red candle. That's more interesting. Let's hold off on the butterfly. Mm. Major support at 20. One second. Our bond Jamie's back to 0. They're gonna short it again. It's not doing anything. Stupid. Bob with the spreadsheet? Are you talking about the guy that tried to convince everybody to go long Bobby after Cohen sold? Not you. The McRib is back. Economy is saved. That thing's disgusting. Where is the McRib back? I have no idea. I think you broke the 1 hour trend. I know. Don't they have like YouTube Premium Lite where you just don't get ads and it's super cheap? It's like $1.99 a month or something. I think they do. No? I think they do. I'm gonna double check. Oh, they killed it. They killed Premium Light. Never mind. Get fucked. Rough. Quite rough. They've all increased like the number of ads they show. It's super fucking lame. This looks like a V. Yeah, it'll be hard to lose 40. We could. Looks like it'd be nearly impossible to lose 30. Vic's pumping. Yeah, it is. We're pushing into sold puts, so that's why. Are we at any CTA levels? Wow. Gherk, I just wanted to let you know, I just cut the tip of my thumb off. How'd you do that? Don't type with it. How much of the tip? Like the skin part? Or get some bone in there? Ooh. Nope. Ooh, blood sacrifice? It is a cult. No, it's not. The odds are bad today. I didn't do anything. It's not my fault. I swear. Ooh, goodies. They might sell some pits here, but probably not. Probably just keep. I think we could just keep bleeding into 40. We've lost enough ground. We might as well get at least closer to testing it. Then they're incentivized to sell pits. Die. Let's test 5720. Okay, that would be cool as fuck. We're 3 months up, but 1 month down. Yeah, they've been diverging a bit. Ooh, fake out. Same electrical tape I was cutting when I cut myself is the same electrical tape I'm cutting to bandage the cut. Life is crazy. You'll survive, maybe. Or you'll get sepsis. Losing 40 is my dream for today. I wonder if it's possible. I'm using an unreal amount of caffeine to stay awake. I'm doing this for you guys. Not because I bought $40,000 in yen futures. I kind of want to shorten a video for next week, but I know I'll just lose money if I do it. Like, we'll run on Monday. The video will go back to 22. I'll close my puts. And then Tuesday morning, it'll open at 117. In the grim dark world of COVID, there's only trading. It's accurate. When Gherkin, Emperor of Japan. It's ridiculous. Ugh. I wish the UPS drivers were using an unreal amount of caffeine to deliver my fucking package faster. You gotta tip them if you want them to handle your package with care, dork. I know a new name. Mr. Bumthumb. Nice. Fill a downside gap at 56.18. Leave a gap, another gap. Ooh, this is the good stuff. It's almost time for a reversal. Let's go. That'd be super cool if SPX went down another $10. Then I can sell this fucking spread. That'd be nice. What the fuck was that? Month near GMs. What? What are you on about? So VIX 16? Yeah, that's kind of what we end up with, I think. Continue downs. I don't know what's gonna happen Monday. I mean, the collar roll could drag us down really hard. It did last quarter. But then we fucking ripped like 80 BPS into the end of the day. Which was fantastically stupid. Hold on one second. Got a whole new bottle of drugs. I mean, getting above 2250 is nice, but it's a lower high than the prior one. Why do you morons get so excited about like every fucking 20-cent move on the stock? Who gives a fuck? Like, if it's not ripping, why do you care? It's like, I can't even think of a good analogy for the type of behavior. It's called micro ripping. It's insane. You were the chosen one. We all came to make money. You just found an easier way. I mean, just like if you're bullish on Jimmy, wait till IV's low and buy leaps on it, and then just don't talk about it because it's boring. Jimmy's not gonna fucking MOASS. That's not a thing. Ryan Cohen's literally diluted the fuck out of the stock. It wasn't MOASSing before. It's definitely not fucking MOASSing now. Dork, I will find you and I will kill you. God damn it. Show me Uranus. Their new thing is slow ass. They think that like the compounding gains from Ryan Cohen's short dated treasury position is gonna be how they're all gonna get rich in 40 years. What in the Kentucky Fried Fuck? Dude, Superstonk itself has become just blurst. It's like its own blurst meme. The thing that had me laughing is they still think there are paid shills. Of course they do. That's the only way they can explain away information that's counter to the bullshit they tell each other. They're not wrong. I pay you, you're a shill. Alright. It's actually Foas, father of all short squeezes, but he left for SIGs years ago. Nobody has to pay me to say mean shit about GameStop. I'll do that for free. Is that why the GME channel isn't behind a paywall? Hmm? It should be just to assert dominance. Gross. Who watch what? Jimmy flounder around $22.50? I think not. Can you include me on calls if SPX dips to 54.35 or puts to 54.30.25? If we lost 40, it could go as low as 20. What are you talking about? Oh, they made a documentary about Superstock being a cult? Finally. Q20, 220 test happening. Is it though? No. Well, we got close. I feel like shit. I think we're going green the rest of the day. Hope so. You go into a strategy for setting up stop buys. For one who gets stopped into a position on a break, bounce, and resistance without getting stopped in and immediately red. I mean, you would just set your buy order at the resistance or support that you want to confirm for your breakdown, right? Let's on Amazon into the end of the day. Metaplay is back on. Might be. Actually, yes, it is. Ooh. Hard to push up from here, but not that hard. Getting above 60 is probably very unlikely, though. Fund funds with the highest percent BABA allocation. I couldn't have done it without you. Congratulations, Mr. Demphan. ASTS before. Do you have any thoughts on it? It was just like a pump and dump, right? I know their financials got a little bit better. But I never like looked into it. And I don't really chase runners. That's like well, generally a terrible way of trading. I know someone asked me about it. But what happens after meta 570? It can keep ripping. It can hit like 70, like 73.98's a resistance, and then 80, like up around 80. The gamma starts to fall off a bit. It's got a lot of room if it breaks 70. Just like Nvidia has a lot of room if it breaks 121, which it's starting to do. Nurse wife is asking for another temperature test. It's in my other room. I just checked it when I took some Tylenol. It was like 103.2. But the Tylenol works, usually brings it down. short. Hmm. Yeah, there's still some dip buyers. Are they selling puts? Yeah, not super aggressively, but they are selling them. Tech's starting to turn around a little bit. Hmm. Inflammatory political remarks. Nice. With the 45. Interesting. Hmm. Sorry, I'd be more talkative, but I feel like absolute shit. I'm a wimpy bull. Made 70% meta, got out. Yeah, I don't think you're doing that badly. You're to 10x meta. Alright. There's a chance. It's got the right kind of breakout. How's Tesla looking? I don't know. I haven't looked at it today. It looked okay last night to the upside. Starting to look a little bearish. Keeps running into resistance. Continuous failures at 60, but I wouldn't short it unless it loses 50. What's the chance they roll the collar today? So there actually is one, but it's really low. I don't think they will. The hopium is high. I see. I would say Nvidia has a better chance of breaking up. It's got more bullish out of the money positioning above 121 than Meta does. Well, actually, Meta's got quite a bit at 70. They're not equivalent, but other jacket greater than lizard people makes sense. Still no better premium on these, huh? $45 still sold to the downside. 50's bullish support, 57 close. Eh. What a fucking day. Who told us it could be like this? I know. But I could also just be sleeping right now. I don't think I have any like trades that are massively at risk. Ah, stopped. Should that have been looser? Probably, but I don't give a shit. Book's doing that thing. And it's not nearly as exciting as you'd think. Oh wait, do I want to sell more pets? Nope. How did I get such good premium on these? Your video breaking down still? No, just chopping. Unfortunately, too much support at 120 and not enough calls at 121. Consolidating for a move? It might. Needs to get back above VWAP. There's some sold calls at 121 that it's going to struggle with. It almost had the breakout before, but I put the stop tight because it's too easy for it to slip back towards 120, which is not a bullish level for it. Jesus fucking Christ. Ooh, Meta's almost there. Yeah, Meta looks a lot better. The fuck is Spice Bomb? Meta likely to struggle with indexes or likely to get 70. Shouldn't start. It should be close enough to 70 that it starts getting pulled into it. Chances of hitting 5770 gone. I mean, 5770 has been pretty unlikely all day. I don't think it's gotten any better. 65 maybe, but that seems like quite the push. 60 seems like a more reliable resistance. So most of the positioning is like concentrated on the upside. There's a huge fucking bot put wall at 60. There's a not so trivial one at 50 too, but the 45 support's getting a lot stronger. 40, 45. So they're starting to sell the in the money call a little bit more. I guess I could have sat in the fucking meta calls all day. Hmm. I did. It got a little scary. Sold the in the money call or put. I sold the in the money call when we tested 40 earlier. Selling the 50 is risky. $50, $569.98. Maybe get some puts on for Nvidia for next week. I still need to buy more of the 2026 put. What the fuck is that? Yeah, Meta's starting to get a head and shoulders here, but the right shoulder top is like 74, 75. So I think it's still got like one more good move up, and then more of the 80 call gets sold, then it can come down. Also, a bunch of the 70 calls expire today. A shitload of them. It's fine. As long as it forms another higher low, bulls will just keep selling puts. It's only 1 o'clock. It's a lot. What do I get out is overnight pumps. Been doing pretty well in the end of day pumps too. Still just a fucking ton of support here. No fill on the lamb. It's gonna crash back to 20. There's a good chance, yeah. We'll see. Some support, maybe not anymore. Be a little support above 121 or 120.50. But it doesn't look like there's much. What are your thoughts on Oxy? I bought some. I bought some more. It's cheap. I don't know how long it's gonna stay here. It could go lower. I wouldn't buy more of it unless it went down to like 37-ish. Then I might consider it. 43 to 37. It's way below its warrant price. If it dropped low enough, Buffett would probably buy it out. We're gonna sell more at 40, aren't they? Oh yeah, absolutely. They have so many sold puts down here. It doesn't look like they're backing off of any of their positioning. Also, the upside bearish positioning keeps taking profits on all our lows. Am I gonna get a fucking fill at 250? It's just like, you can tell because it's impossible to get a fill on the fucking spread. I haven't, Baradactyl. Thank you so much. I know he hasn't. Didn't Bowman speak yesterday? I have no idea. I feel like if I get filled on this sold put, I don't want to have it anymore. Did they say at the conference yesterday when they were going to start publicly reporting swaps data again? Probably never. It's a national security issue. The chances of them ever reporting swaps again is very unlikely. They have no reason to disclose them. I don't know if it's bullish. It's just kind of the state of things, right? You know, if I want more nat gas exposure. I think I have enough. Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. It looks like the rest of the nat gas stocks. Got a little bit more range to pull back. Any credit spread appealing here? I've been selling the 40-45. But it's hard to get fills. Like, I can't get a fill on it at 250 at all. Nope. I just got one. Never mind. Although now I kind of want it a little bit less. This monthly GN has been dropping. Does that mean that bullish positioning is being peeled back? It means that the delta is being weighted more out of the money than at the money? Which is either a sign that vol selling is really fucking far away from spot, or that puts are being bought. Puts with theta. It can still fly one way or the other. I don't think it's gonna fly anywhere. Let's be clear. It could grind back up to the upside to about 60. More likely like 55. Or it can sit at 40 all fucking day. Which is an unfortunately realistic outcome for it. No, I'm not talking about GameStop. I don't think China's stimulus is sufficient. I think the pump's only going to last. I don't think the pump will spread deep into commodities, because I don't think it's going to last long enough. It's not like they fixed their housing market, their banking system, or their unemployment. And forcing their private banks to buy fucking equities isn't actually bullish, right? They just reduced reserve requirements and forced them back into equities. It's kind of just a shit situation. Cutting their near-term lending facility while they're in a deflationary spiral. I don't know. Doesn't look promising to me. Puts or calls. This range is so boring. We're probably going to be here for most of the rest of the day. There's only a really small chance that we fall to the downside. Even if we do, we probably just get hung up at like 35. I would say that the bearish positioning is weakening faster than the bullish positioning. So the weight of things should shift to the upside later. FXP, a good way to play China? I have no idea. Look at the liquidity on it. This is very interestingly back to 16. Wonder if that'll do anything. Probably not. $57.50. It still has its own gravity. It's got more of the longer dated positioning. That's definitely true. Hmm. I'm kidding. Don't ban me. I shouldn't have said that. Ridiculous. Fuck. Big Six team that no goes in. I mean, they're not selling a lot of puts still, or at least not in the money puts, which would help push this higher. I think they're just trying to hope that the put positioning bleeds off a bit. It's like 1:30. It's in midday. Nothing interesting happening, right? Remember when everyone thought VIX was gonna go to 12 again? I didn't think that. I don't think I don't think rare earth minerals do all that well with China reopening their economy. Even if they were successful in reopening their economy, we found so many rare earth minerals since they last tanked. Supply is more than sufficient. They found a fuck ton of like palladium and shit, and palladium and lithium in Pennsylvania. Eh, yeah, I don't care about it. Even if it runs, I don't want exposure to it. Lithium here, North America. Yeah. Buying Yang shares, don't at me. Interesting. Okay. Shares? Or are you just gonna like sell CSPs on it? I feel like when we find a bottom here, we're gonna bounce hard as fuck on it. Yeah. Would that be a definition of a V? This is a head and shoulders. Failure should be quite nice, but it doesn't look like it's failing today. It's probably just gonna spend the rest of the day like bleeding off the right shoulder, which sounds like fucking garbage. That's the test. I wonder if we could get like 90. And Q double bottom? Looks like it. The out of the money bearish positioning is trimmed back a bit. So gamma's not nearly as negative at 45 and 60 as it was, although it is still quite negative. Also, someone's buying the 45 call pretty aggressively and selling the 45 put. That's me. Oh, rude. Q's trying to make a double bottom. It's getting a bounce. 4740 is still last support. No, they have support from 4740 all the way down. So there's support at 35, 25, 20. There's even a little bit at 30. There's support at 45 if we get back above it. Hmm. Bob is well past that. Yeah, Nikkei is down 490 points now. It's fucking awesome. Which fucking downtrend line are you talking about? No, it's not. I broke through that like days ago. You're making heaps on Nikkei. I made a shitload of money on my short dated stuff last night. And I didn't even wake up for the fucking bottom, and I still killed it. Vol rocketed. But the longer dated stuff, some of it I entered around here, so it's back at like break even. Some of it I entered higher, so I'm a little bit up on it. But if it continues down, Even if it gets to like 35, 250, I'm gonna fucking kill it on it. Hmm. I have Nikkei futures and contracts on Nikkei future, like options on Nikkei futures. I also have leaps on EWJ. That was like the equity side of it. I have some I have some here. I think I have some in my other account. Do I still have them here? Yeah. Like the 65. Hmm. Bulls are doing fine. Hmm. A little bit of negative gamma at 45, but if they can get above 45, we can push 55, and then there'll be resistance at 60. Isn't the movement channel kind of the crashiest thing in concurrence of gold and other red flags? I mean, it's tough to say like how much is like actual fund buying versus how much of it is just their banks being forced to buy in, right? If it's all just being driven by their banks, then yeah, it's really fucking bearish. Last time China did this, it seems like it was institutional level recalls. Well, it shakes the shorts off, first of all. But yeah, the reaction was similar the last time they put forward a plan. And then like HSI just bled off over the next like 3 months, right? I think that was when they like banned, yeah, that was when they banned fucking short selling and shit. You guys ever miss the days of being under GNDN? Those time periods are too short. We haven't been under DN in a long fucking time, like October 2023. At least not for more than like a day. It's fun. QQQ VWAP breakout test, if nothing else. SPX is pushing for 5750, where it gets its little tiny breakout. Gamma's starting to move a little bit positive here at spot, and then it picks up quite a bit into 55. And then there's fucking a shitload of puts at 60 still. So 60 is still going to be a resistance. As long as it doesn't reject hard off of 60, then I don't think it's an issue. Looks like there's some sellers at 2300 on NQ too. So NQ is going to probably struggle with the breakout as well. The 10% downside move, we went under it. We went under it for like a day and a half. I think we had one close under delta neutral. It's a huge level, right? I mean, like if you lose delta neutral on the SPX, the market's kind of just in a free fall at that point, right? Then you start to get to the point where like if you keep falling, the MM's gonna start, selling the flat tape, right? Which puts even more downward pressure on things. Um, you fall far enough, and the MM just starts buying long puts and like short dated long puts, so they start just picking up tons of put gamma to the downside. That's what you would get in a crash type of scenario. We got that a couple times. Well, the MMs didn't go long puts in 2022, but we definitely had them selling the flat tape on more than one occasion. haven't we been much further above GN on other pumps? Yeah, well, this is what happened in August too, right? Is that SPX GN stayed really fucking close to spot. Um, and the fact that it keeps moving up closer and closer to spot is not bullish in the long term, right? So like if I had to pick from that data, I would say that we're looking at another correction-ish type, like 3 to 5% at least downside move over the next few weeks, as GN gets closer and closer to spot. But it could be a few weeks, right? Like we could just trade flat here at like 5750 to 5800 for several more weeks before like gamma neutral catches up to spot and we fall through it. The fact that bulls are having a really hard time putting the collar in the money and keeping it there is interesting, though. The fact that gamma max, like, they're not normally around this time, bulls would pull back and reposition, right? And that pullback would allow gamma max to move up, and they wouldn't have to fight back against that resistance to the upside. But this time they've just been kind of holding it here and shedding short vol. So I mean, there's a pretty decent chance that we just don't get substantially above the collar, and if we do, not for very long. It's gonna roll Monday, right? So I would expect them to pump as hard as they can Monday, pull back the rest of their short vol, and then I would say the beginning of October probably would be pretty bearish. Just from a positioning standpoint, obviously macro and stuff can affect that. Lower high, I don't think it matters that much. As long as it doesn't push a lower low, it's fine. U.S. Bureau of Safety Environmental Enforcement says 24% of oil production at U.S. Gulf of Mexico shut in response to Tropical Storm Helene. Ooh. Oil bounce? Hmm. Interesting. Possible we get stuck here for the rest of the day. Sure. Yeah. Kind of expect us to. I mean, bulls are really trying to get a little bit higher into close, but they may not succeed. Bears got their shot last October. NQ went down like 15%, like at the beginning of this month, or well, middle of last month. Sorry. Bears have had plenty of shots. We're about to full bull in 1 minute. Thank me later. Things moving. Still a ton of negative gamma at spot. Might have room to run $5 more, like 2 or 3. Yeah, keeps getting pushed down. What? Oh, SPX? That's because there's a ton of negative gamma at 40. What would your EWJ downside target be? Mm, and I feel like a pullback to 67 or 65 would be reasonable, but potentially back to 60? Maybe lower, depending on how the macro shakes out into the end of the year. Triple bottom? Gross. So even more short puts being sold. Cover Corporation? Aren't they listed in Japan? I don't care. USD JPY is starting to look really bad. Yeah. The Nikkei is down like 5%. Do you still have that long Rova contract? I have a couple, yeah. Those are trimmed now though because of the rate cut. Like they won't be as profitable in the event of a crash. It's still you still gotta find someone to buy it. Did it print at all when we almost crashed? The day the VIX spiked, it like they printed a little bit, but not for long enough to get anything out of them. You need like a couple days where VIX is just way up. Man, Meta's not giving up any ground on these pullbacks in NQ. Gotta buy him for the prestige, just in case. Maybe. 57.50 is still plausible. Yeah. 55. Well, yeah. It's really 55 that's the more important strike. But it's, yeah, that's still possible. It's not gonna last. There's still a ton of support. Don't get excited. Buy puts, your bot calls. Bot puts at 50, sold calls at 50. This could go as low as 20 if the pressure stays on. If it doesn't, it's gonna bounce really fucking hard. Because you're gonna take profit. 6 test. That matters, actually. Quite a lot. 122 would be the retest to the downside. Tempting. Did your Nvidia go in the money? Briefly. The put? I closed those earlier when they tested the 119 the first time. That was the prior support. Still holding VWAP. Ooh, big bounce coming end of day. It could still depend on NQ, but probably. Like, we're pushing into a lot of sold puts here, and none of them are capitulating at all. Bear's going for more. No. Maybe some repositioning. There's even more support at 25 and 20. Maybe that'll ease up the in the money bearish positions though. Too early for calls? I don't know about that. Hmm. Levered up into this bounce. Hmm. Hmm. Very, yeah. The support down here is really strong. Interesting. Forty would be resistance to the upside. 40, 45. Although, if we reverse hard enough and fast enough, the 45, well, I guess more importantly, the 50 puts will pull back. Possibly the 40, 45 sold calls. I gotta go check my temperature in a minute. There it is. Nice. They're gonna roll the collar today, aren't they? I don't think so. The only precedent for them rolling it early is when the downside puts were breached in October of 2022. So I think the chances of them rolling it are very unlikely. Now, what bulls do with this upside momentum is going to be interesting because that was a big enough move that we should have shaken off some of the long pits. Yeah, a few. The 55 and 60 ones at least. Looks like it did some damage to the 40 short calls that were sold on the downside move. More if we actually break 40. That was an impressive amount of sell pressure, though. That really pushed the bulls back. They shook off my long pits. Oh, okay. What is NVIDIA China news? What was? What's NVIDIA China news? The sell-off? NVIDIA barely fucking sold off. Also, that was like 14 minutes ago. It should have been when we were bouncing. Tech should have a bit more room up. Maybe. Retest the trend. It might not get another high. I guess it could get a reversal, but that seems unlikely. That would be a big fucking push by the Bulls. That would mean like we test 60. Yeah, that would be like a retest at 60. Although kind of bullish. Maybe. Very odd, but possible. So you need to get like a full reversal at 2300 and then break out a little bit for that to happen. If we break up here, we're gonna squeeze some short calls. Like, should have sold more puts down there. God damn it. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm gonna die. You've played this day beautifully, which means I made a lot of dough. Good. That's awesome. Can't you get some of those antiviral drugs? The doctor doesn't want to give it to me because he doesn't think it's bad enough. He said the side effects are worse than anything that I'm going to get from this strain, so. It's really not that bad. I just feel like shit. Because I have a fluctuating, like, high temperature and a cough. This is bullshit again where we test 40 into close. As long as we gap up $5 into that close, I'm okay with that. Unless you're weak, the antivirals don't help much. Yeah. I'll just get like a giant bucket of like matzo ball soup and wrap myself in blankets tonight. Should be good by Monday. I'd probably feel better today if I wasn't up all fucking night trading Nikkei. I mean, I didn't sleep very much at all. Maybe an hour and a half. Get out of here with your citrus toxin tea. All my sold positions printed this week, so I guess whatever. Try again next week. I mean, yeah, the realized vol crush here is greatly benefited by greatly benefits the option sellers, not the buyers. Paracetamol, soup, water, wrapped in blankets, sweat it out. Yep. Trading Nikkei less than sleep? No, not at all. I tried to go back to sleep at like 5 a.m. when the Nikkei calmed down, but I ended up just staying awake like through the rest of the night. Did the doctor grab your huevos and make you cough? He's so lucky. LOL. She hasn't done that since like last year. The spreads on EWJ leaps went nuts. Yeah. Yeah, they did. You can move to Japan and stay up all night trading SPX. That actually sounds amazing. The old Jewish penicillin. What? Chicken noodle soup? Matzo ball? Yeah. I think it's an antiviral. I don't think it's an antibacterial. But there is actually like a chemical in chicken bones, or like the fat from chickens, that has some sort of like antiviral properties. So it's weak. It's super weak. Yeah, it's the fucking it has anti-inflammatory properties and a high amount of cysteine, which loosens mucus secretions and helps you shed viral cells faster. Matzo ball soup's made with a chicken broth, though, right? So it's same shit. Gap fill did it. What a chat index. I should really close these before I just lose money on them, huh? There's resistance at 50, like a lot of it. I don't think we're going back down, but we might not get any more up. The market really likes this price. I guess we could get some more up. Maybe. I don't know. The momentum's alright, but there's definitely a lot of fucking resistance at 50 and 60. Basically an expectorant and a decongestant, anti-inflammatory as well. But it's so weak, right? Like it's nowhere near as strong as like ibuprofen or an actual expectorant. There's actually a lot of fucking studies on chicken soup. Chicken soup? Why it's tasty. Just take some HGH. What if it makes the COVID stronger? Chicken noodle soup, chicken noodle soup, chicken noodle soup with soda on the side. I don't like soda. The only thing I'll drink soda with is pizza. And that's because it tickles, like, some little spot in my brain from when I was a child. Soda tastes disgusting after not drinking it for a while, like straight syrup. I can't even drink the regular sodas. All the energy drinks I have are like sugar free. And I don't even drink those that much. It's called nostalgia Gherk. Whatever. Look, core memory. I don't like aspartame. I'm gonna make my own energy drink. I'm just gonna take green tea and anhydrous caffeine powder and mix them, and I hope I get the quantities right. Tech ran into a little bit of resistance. 2250. Might just consolidate. I think bulls get a little leverage back on charm if they're able to gain ground on 750. Yeah, SVX. I don't remember that song at all. I did a whole dance with it. Grig's kidney, Chuckles. I'm in danger. Can always be replaced. Whatever tea drink you just said, Edo N has probably already made it. Maybe. What's up, nerd? Let's have a reversal. someone's selling the 45 put. Nice. Keep that shit going. Yeah. Sell the fuck out of it. Sign up for J-Roll's new data site, Omega Spare. I must say it's not the same. JFresh, J-Roll making a competing dating site, data site would require that he actually knew what the fuck he was doing, which he doesn't. So I don't have to worry about any competition on that front. Yeah, dating site works too. Well, we might combine them. I might have this before market close. Ooh. JFresh made a dating site. I heard it. Damn it. I wasn't supposed to leak that yet. Dating data. Yeah, it's for quants and autists. Wait, what was the name of my autistic dating site that I was going to start? Fuck. Not only Dan's. Was it called Full Spectrum Connections? Oh, Prism. I'm going to call it Prism. That's clever. I know. Tism for the tism. Exactly. It could be for autistic people finding each other. And it could be for girls and guys with no talent finding someone who will pay their bills. It's kind of a great service. Speaking of prison, my wife is visiting a prison today. Prison husband? No, it's a women's prison. Oh, prison wife. Sorry. I didn't mean to make assumptions. It'll be a hit in the Bay Area with all the tech bro gold diggers. Mm-hmm. What does the MM want SPX to close? I think the MM wins at pretty much any price between here and 57.60 or to the downside to 20. Some tagged me in something. What was it? Shit. Hold on 1 second. Thanks, Yaga. I'll see you later. I should find out if my neighbor's got COVID. If she does, it was her children. And then I will plot my revenge. Is it a COVID inspector? No, it was my fucking matzo ball soup. I just, never mind. Where am I supposed to find Mpox? Craigslist? Calls? What about him? Are you sure we're dumping? I don't kiss dork. Fucking, that'd be weird, Bob. we're business people, colleagues. You kiss your colleagues on the mouth. Unreal. Good job timing him out, dork. Our relationship was extremely professional. Yeah, exactly. Inverse head and shoulders. That is what they usually look like. Someone's sitting on 7,000 of these 570 calls. They gotta want him in the money, right? You can do it, Meta. Ooh, imagine if we could test Gamma Max before close. That'd be the ultimate bull win. Make the Bears feel all shitty over the weekend. S&P marking its, what, 50, 40, 43rd all-time high close for the year. Yeah, I still have a cat. Somewhere. He's here. Pretty sure. I'm so happy that you read and understand options as a strategic investment. It really means a lot to my port. You're supposed to read and understand it. Why does nobody like reading? Because we can't. It's fair. I can't read the bonds chapter. That's the exciting shit. Just puts her calls and win down. I've never done a poll, but you'd be surprised how many of us are actually illiterate. What's the rate? How am I still awake right now? 21% of adults in the US are fucking illiterate? Jesus Christ. That's so many. What the fuck? That's ruined my day. I mean, stupid, sure, but illiterate? And stupid? What? What is it, Dork? What? I see you. Yes, yes. Gherkin it? Bonk? Dork? Are you just being illiterate? It's here. What is? Oh shit, nice. I'm doing the thing. I can't wait to. Can you fry it for us live at the meeting tonight? Like, just whip out your phone and screen share, and then just start her up. I want to watch the. I want to watch the little thin line of smoke that comes out of the motherboard in real time. Make sure you get that invoice over to Carl so you can wipe his ass with it. feel like literacy rates in third world countries are better. How the fuck do you get through life illiterate? Like, wouldn't you just die? Do you just constantly just like overdosing on medicine and drinking bleach? I mean, I grew up poor as fuck. I still learned how to read. Farmers? Ah. Huh. That explains someone I know. You ask people all the time? You sound way too familiar with this. I was outside and I heard you make that comment about the invoice and then laughed like a maniac in front of my neighbors. That's awesome. I'm glad they think you're crazy now. Changing your name to Oh My Fucking God isn't going to make the SPY drop. It's well supported. This is the man who chugged an entire bottle of expired antibiotics. I wanted a broad spectrum. So you take one of each, right? You just kill all the bacteria. And the money options are much more fun to play. I just learned that. Nice. You're on a broad spectrum. Fair. The RIA is way better that way. You get C. I'm not gonna get C diff. I don't live in a fucking nursing home. Sometimes you have spare antibiotics, so you just take them. I'm not gonna waste them or throw them in the trash so the fish eat them. That would be irresponsible. Do you throw your trash to the fish? Everyone does. That's what we do with it. That's what causes antibiotic resistance. Not if you take a full course of each one. It's like a antibiotic nuclear bomb. Yes. You told me you're illiterate. I'm not listening to you digging off. You're gonna have so much diarrhea. No, I was fine. I didn't get any diarrhea. I thought I would. You just take more fiber. So instead of just like Metamucil after the meal, do it before and after the meal. And it makes you feel more full and reduces the amount of calories you consume. I'm not illiterate. I'm illegitimate. You go right back down, volatility. Where do you think you're going? You cunt. Do I have time for this? I don't. Hmm. 40 is a fucking brick wall. 45. Need 220. This could pull back to 57.37. Gross. Hmm. What's up, Nuke? No. 30 minutes till close. Is NQ anything significant? No, not really. Downside support shifted a little. I don't really think the 215 level is all that important. At least not historically. Keeps finding support there today, but I like how Nikkei is down 500 bips and SPX is barely down 7. Why would we care about Nikkei? It fucking like flash crashed a month ago and we've ripped like 13% since. Would you mind selling a few thousand 57.45 puts? I don't. Somebody's already doing that. It's like 4,950. Oh, that's right. Carry trade is 75% unwound. Sure. Yeah, why not? What Jamie said. See, which the carry trade looks terrible today. Forward yield on volatility is getting spicy. And by that I mean it's no longer at negative 15%. Skew's starting to drop. VIX correlation is falling, but cash VIX is moving up. Ooh. '50s want to print. There's not a lot of like bot calls there. There's a lot of sold calls. There's sold puts at 50. Like a lot of them on the 0 DTE. They want those to print, without a doubt. If we hit 50 too early, I might actually have to burn all the day trades here. Lame. I blew up my life savings. How? What'd you do? Why are you a former pigeon whale again? You son of a bitch. How did you blow up your life savings since this morning? You spent it all on the super chats. Son of a bitch. Did you ever figure out why Dixie did that big weird yesterday? Yeah, the dollar sold off super hard. Dollar futures, whatever. Yeah, VIX keeps going up. It's very annoying. Although I hope it's because short calls are squeezing out and not because short puts are squeezing out. Right now, it's kind of a combination of the two. Long puts being bought, not excessively. The 60 a little bit, but not very much. It's not. I don't think it's enough to make a difference. Tech looks like it wants to squeeze down. Yeah. The super bullish consolidation on tech looks like it wants to squeeze down. Maybe. It looks like it had support on the last down test. Quite a bit of it. Just one candle, NQ straight to 25.30. It's gonna be a spicy weekend. Is it? Maybe. Are they really selling the 50p? Yeah. On the 0 DTA, they are. There's longer dated long puts at 50, but not quite as many of them. And they don't have as much gamma. Phew. 17 minutes? Is there some moving at call volume on GME right now? Mm-mm. I think so. I haven't looked in a couple days. Delta's been picking up a little bit. Reversal yet. Hmm. Bulls give up on 50. Oh, looks like it. No. Holy fuck, this is so boring. Inverted head and shoulders, slingshot engaged. Maybe, yeah. Lower high on the right shoulder though, so it may not be that strong of a bounce. Decent so far. Nine fucking minutes left. Still resistance at 50 and 60 to the upside. Although if we could break 45, maybe. Fucking BS all the way out here. 5,800. Prior close is 5,804. Rejected off of that twice today. 5810. 5821 50. The video's picking up a shitload of volume. Everything neutral is just 50, right? Because the color. 7 seconds. Ding ding. A little better. Yeah, that was fucking uneventful. How terrible. Anyway, it's even more exciting here on ES, where you can see just how little we actually traded today after noon. But possibly a breakdown at the long-term trend here going into Monday. The Nikkei is down 5.5%. Gold down, silver down, copper down. Ag and oil up. Looks like Dixie fell 14 points on the day. Most of that lost against the yuan or the yen. Actually gained some ground back on the yuan. The 2, the 5, and the 10 all dropping pretty precipitously compared to the front and the back end of the chain. So a little further push on the uninversion, and dollar looks like it's going to move another leg down and possibly fail the local support and the June low as well. Correlation started to turn back up into the end of the day, alongside that spark in volatility. Forward yield of volatility moved up 2% in the last 30 minutes. While the front end of the carry trade got levered down, and the top end of the carry trade just was flat. Move, not too much bond volatility yet, although today might move it up a notch. But correlation coming up, so we'll probably see bond volatility increase. Skew's been dropping for like 3 consecutive days now. If that continues to move down, we're probably gonna see indexes drop. Still have end of quarter Monday though, so not necessarily Monday, but going into the beginning of October. 67.99% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, and the spread between cash VIX and VIX futures is starting to widen a little bit, but not substantially. If we go out to the weekly, where we're used to looking, it's still closing higher and higher each week. So that's one of the reasons we're still seeing volatility stay, above its long-term average. And it's a little bit more sensitive to Fed fund futures moved back to the upside today after the inflation data and consumer sentiment projected possibly higher inflation over the 5 year. Um, so we got about 0.78 cuts priced in for January, which is not super bearish, but definitely not a slow pace of cuts. Out on the monthly, well, actually, out on the daily. This is more important. Today's close marks failure of the upside test from yesterday. Now, we didn't lose 57.33, which is kind of important, and we haven't lost 56.69 yet, which is also important, but weakness in the front half of next week could see us fall back to the EMA 30 on a test of that lower trend. A failure would mean probably a loss of the 50 MA, and then from there, it's just downside, right? So, we'll see how that kind of pans out. But this is not bullish. This is a rejection on the top of the diamond top here. Anyway, yeah, finance taking a big hit today. Blackstone down 3%, BAC down 3%, Apple down 1%, Microsoft down 2%. Everything else was doing okay. Intel was up 15%. Visa down. Amgen, Merck, and J&J all down. It's like health technology and tech got kind of hit pretty hard today. I know NASDAQ obviously underperformed quite a lot, right? Mostly across Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon. Which wasn't, enough for Nvidia, Meta, and Tesla to hold it up. And then, if you look at the individual components in tech services, and health technology was down a lot. Costco fell 1.77%, which is shocking given that consumer sentiment was up. Despite Costco missing earnings, the rise in consumer sentiment should have been good for retail and consumer non-durables. So a little bit of anti-correlation there. We'll still have to see how Monday plays out in the collar roll. I think things can stay at this level until then, but this does look like it's failing. We got a lower high. Don't have a lower low yet, so we'll be looking for tested 57.21 or 57.12, maybe 56.99 to kind of signal a reversal from this top, and then that opens up that gap down to 56.18. A loss of 56.18 would be, a continuation to the downside. So we'll see how it goes. But I mean, this is really similar to what we had back in late August, right? Going into the end of the quarter, and then end of quarter we pumped like fucking crazy, and then failed, right? I don't think this looks too dissimilar. The upside of the chain isn't strong. Gamma neutral staying extraordinarily close to spot. Gamma max isn't moving up, right? So no one's buying out of the money calls. People are buying in the money puts. Or out of the money puts. It's not looking too great. But we'll see. Obviously, there's next week's yet to be determined. I do think we have some interesting data next week, but nothing big. I know Powell's speaking. I think we get ISM PMIs. Those will be important. Oh, we have JOLTS next week. That's right. Employment's this week. Yeah. The employment data is going to probably determine whether we're able to stay up here or not. So we got non-farm Friday, JOLTS Wednesday, ISM services are on Thursday. And we got a shitload of Fed speakers. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you Sunday for the member stream. I hope everybody has a lovely night and a lovely rest of your weekend. I'm going to go be sick now. Later, everyone.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.